Most likely. Most likely. Where is this thing now, boy? Everything him go to town now, that's when he get job to go to town. So he said me I want voice note, let me listen to it yet. So what? Why? That's smoking cigarette and pass on a face. You know that? You need to calm down. It's not good. It's not healthy. I 1 packet a week. I 4 packet on last week, you know. Remember Monday, yeah? Last week Monday, we buy 2. And we still go back to buy another 2 again. Now talk about this week. Last week, now talk about. You didn't call her back. You need to call her, babe, and keep it linked. Call her, your friend. All she need, you not have to call her for long, babe. Call her, say me a check up on you, you know, say, alright, I'm looking for the face, and that's it, babe. That's all she need, you know. That's all she need. She must say, take my phone long and all with her. Okay, you know that. You not put it on the phone long and all. You can say hello. How are you, see? What? Earn something. Oh. I could have sent on the chair and send it on down there. Welcome guys, welcome. The chair in our barber shop, but you don't really use it. So you keep saying. Hello guys, welcome to Join My Live. I'm here, you know, Friday, Fish Friday. We fry fish and we cook some soup, we cook some curry goat and all of that. Set the pot on the fire. Ready? Go up on the fire already. Stay on. Finish work, I'm gonna just come here, set it on, take time cook. I think you just need to season up now with the vegetables, yeah. Turn off that because I'm going to cook it soft. I think the meat for the soup is cooked already as well. Tonight, like the live, please like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. Thanks for joining my live. Livingston, big up yourself, Livingston. All is well. What this thing at? Go back this one. Why it cut off? Okay, alright. First thing first. Do my pumpkin for my soup and all of that. Yes guys, welcome to my live here. I'm gonna prep up my stuff now for my soup. And you know. Running in a search your whole place, we know what I want to go on in there. What I got along in there? What I go on in there, so I look too right. That's what I say. But if you care about I shop for him, I say no work proper enough. Pay money for it. Yeah, more glue. Well, after my fault still. I said if you put something on it. Yeah, but you never stay long enough. You fly the next day. That's what him say was supposed to put on it for 24 hours. I can ask him to put some more glue on it. And it would be okay. Yes guys, where you streaming from? Let me know. Talk to me. It's Friday. It's weekend, isn't it? Add some carrot to my goat meat. Then I put some cornstarch in. Touch. Yeah. Okay. Carry on. And that may include the oil. Talk to them, chat to them. No, man. No. So Eh? I may have my own for them. Welcome guys, welcome to my live, yeah? Sean Celebrity, big up, Tash, Lady Tash, Chef Dawson, bless up. Who that? Sexy Maxi, big up yourself. Maxi, welcome, welcome. Is it? Thank you for joining my live. Like and subscribe, please. Let me know where you're watching my stream from. I am in London, anyway. I am in the good old Britain. Good old Britain, you know. Welcome guys, welcome, welcome. Months of this thing, I know before I reach here, I'm going to take over this kitchen. Drink off your Starbucks, I'm gonna see how drink. You know, hear me? Welcome guys, welcome, welcome. Spraggle's Friday, Spraggle Benzini, Friday cooking, fish, Friday, making some manish water soup with mutton and the food, cook some curry goat, fried fish, I'm gonna cook some prawn, I'm gonna jerk some chicken as well. That is the plan for the day. Start back this fire. These are wash. Alright, yeah. is that? No. Turn up that. Put away. Welcome guys, welcome to my live, yeah? Feel free to ask any question. Hello, Sean Celebrity, big up yourself. Welcome guys, welcome to my live, yeah? Where are you streaming from? Just like, subscribe if you haven't subscribed as yet. Need to get the pumpkin and the stuff in the soup now. Carrot, sweet potato. Need to get them in the pot now. I want to do that. Like do re mi. Turn this TV on. Hungry now. Word. Word, come on. That's true. Welcome everyone, welcome, welcome. Hello everyone. Welcome to my live. Tap the screen twice to like, please. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed as yet. Feel free to check out my YouTube channel. Check out my playlist. You see I've got some contents there. Might interest you. Thank you. Thank you for liking. Welcome guys, welcome. I'm cooking some curry, making some soup, some goat meat soup. I'm gonna cook some prawns, some pepper prawns. I'm gonna jerk some chicken on the outside. And we're gonna fry some fish because it's Friday. Fish Friday, ain't it? Buy some fish before Good Friday come in. I want to raise the fish then. Raise the fish price. Bless up guys. Please like and subscribe if you haven't done so. Feel free to interact. You can ask any question. Where are you streaming? Where are you watching my stream from? Are you in the UK or are you outside the UK? I am in the UK. peeling some sweet potato now for my soup. Just give the soup a nice flavor. Top range, big up yourself, top range in the house, yeah? That's up. Thanks for joining my live. Please stop the screen and like, please. And subscribe if you haven't done so already. Yes, guys, welcome to my live. Come on, interact with me. What do you like to talk about? Starching it. Gravy some body. Gravy some body. Okay. This look good. Gravy look good. Yeah, it's thick. One more potato to peel now. Then I'll wash them and put them in. I'm making soup, guys. Soup, curry goat meat soup. I'm gonna do some pepper prawns, fry some fish, and jerk some chicken on the outside, yeah? That is the plan for the day. Call it Fish Friday. Yam now. This guy's white yam, yeah? Lovely white yam. Very nice. Please like and subscribe, please, if you haven't done so before. Yo. Yeah, you know. So what me do best?
You did funny?
You don't know.
Yeah.
Alright, that's that. We need some flour now to make dumplings. And some more dumplings. Done. Thank you to like my live, guys. Welcome. Leave my plans in now. The job done, so. Done. Welcome, guys. Welcome. some fire. Oh, the cook too soft. Soft is a problem. That is it. I need to get the plain flour now. Charge up top. Alright, leave that there, so I'm just going to the shop and back. Yes, guys. Yeah. That is that. Guys, I'm hungry. I'm trying to eat something, you know. It's a hard bread with some of the curry.
Has been monitoring the vessel and supported the French operation with tracking and imagery to capture it near the Strait of Gibraltar. The vessel in question is under sanctions for its role in facilitating the trade of sanctioned oil. These vessels find an increasing role shadow floating fuels and funds the instability across the world. And down here, and they will move to stop them. So UK and French forces working together at a time, of course, when the White House is waiving sanctions for Russian oil that is currently at sea. So they're, for all intents and purposes, working at cross purposes. Now, a huge row was also blown up at the EU at the two-day summit in Brussels, where European leaders are in a tense standoff with the Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban. He has refused to lift his veto on funding Ukraine's war effort. Orban is blocking the EU's €90 billion loan package until Ukraine agrees to repair a pipeline through which Russian oil is sent to Hungary and Slovakia. The French President Emmanuel Macron said the veto is unprecedented. The German Chancellor Friedrich Merz described it as a gross act of disloyalty. There is deep frustration among European leaders with a member state that is increasingly now at odds with the bloc's wider position on Ukraine. The latest from FiSh.
The pipeline is a key source of oil, Russian oil, that is still being pumped to Hungary and Slovakia, or was being pumped to those two countries until the 27th of January, when a Russian strike damaged a key facility in western Ukraine involved in pumping that oil. Ukraine says that it's too difficult to fix that facility quickly. That's why no oil is being supplied to Hungary. But Hungary is saying that this issue is political and Ukraine is dragging its feet over repairing the Druzhba pipeline. Now, we have obtained satellite pictures showing damage to that pumping station in Ukraine's western region, and those pictures appear to show a massive oil tank damaged by that strike, and apparently it was smouldering for days, about a week after that Russian strike. Now, one Ukrainian expert I spoke to, he says that...
Welcome guys, welcome to my live, yeah? It's Friday. FiSh Friday. Cooking some goat meat, some curry goat, yeah, soup. That's what we're doing at the moment.
We also asked the Ukrainian Foreign Ministry whether there was anything other than technical problems surrounding the repairs to the Druzhba.
Thanks for joining my live, yeah? Just gonna go and get something outside and forward.
And we can't fix everything quickly because so much of the Ukrainian infrastructure is being targeted.
His team is due to meet with the Americans this weekend, and he's hoping to get a steer from Donald Trump when those tripartite negotiations will resume, because they're currently stalled. We are, in fact, as you can see there on your screen, about to hear from Donald Trump. He is appearing for the Commander-in-Chief trophy presentation. This is the annual football game between the Army and the Navy, which the Navy won this year. So he's about to present a trophy to the Navy. You can see that they are in position, waiting for him to appear. And as soon as he does, we'll take him to that, because there may be some comments about the war in Iran. Let's focus on some other news. being reported here that the police inquiry into Andrew Windsor will likely widen beyond the offence of misconduct in public office. Times reports this morning that Andrew will also be investigating over other potential corruption offences on top of a scoping inquiry into alleged sex trafficking. In Norway, Crown Princess Mette has just given her first interview since documents appeared in Washington confirming she had maintained an unusually close relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, even after he had been convicted and jailed for having sex with an underage girl. Princess told public television she was manipulated and wishes she'd never met Epstein. As the married son Manis is currently on trial in Norway, facing allegations from 4 women who accused him of rape. Scandal has raised questions whether she can ever become the Queen. Here she is, speaking to NRK.
So, Crown Princess, when you were at Epstein's residence, or in any of your other meetings with him, is there anything that points towards what we now know about him?
No, I didn't write that.
No, certainly not, indeed. Everyone I met who was in Epstein's company was consistently a mature adult. I never saw anything illegal, but Epstein behaved towards me in a manner that I did not like at all, and there's simply no way I can hide that.
What can you say of him?
Well, really, when he arrived there on the very last day of our stay in Palm Beach, he put me in a situation that made me feel so uneasy that I rang Corporal and told him. But I did stay in contact with him for quite a good long while after that. I think because he was so manipulative that he played on the fact that we had a mutual friend. I'm overly trusting. I tend to be the best of people, but I also chose to end all direct contact with him. And it was because of episodes like that. No, I don't want to.
In 2011, you wrote an email to Epstein. I googled you after the previous email. Agreed, it didn't look good. What exactly did you Google and what didn't look good?
I spent a great deal of time personally trying to work this out for myself, probably as much as you've been wondering about it. I wish I had the rest of this important email correspondence, but I don't believe that if I had found information that made me realise that he was a perpetrator, I would not have written back with smiley faces in fact. I mean, that much I know about it.
You wrote that something didn't look right. What could that be?
No, I don't know. I can't remember. It's been 15 years. It's hard to tell.
A Wikipedia article of Epstein from that time stated he was a convicted accuser. Could that not have shown up?
I didn't know he was a sex offender or but I can't answer. I can't remember this. It was 15 years ago, to be honest. I wish I could, as I said earlier, really. I would really like to remember what it was. It would probably make my life a little easier now, you know.
How would you describe the relationship and the overall tone of your communications with Epstein?
It was, in fact, a very friendly.
Sorry to interrupt, that is the Donald Trump has just come to the podium in the White House, where he's attending the Commander-in-Chief trophy presentation. And the audio's not great, but let's try and listen and see what it says.
Great honor to officially present the Commander-in-Chief's trophy to the one and only Navy midshipman football team with 11 wins and 2 losses, playing the best teams in football. And you say, we always think of the military services, they play like a little step below. It's not true. They play a big game for review. These players achieve one of the most impressive seasons in Navy football history and any football history, frankly.
Yes, guys, I'm
I
here.
congratulate the midshipmen.
Just gonna clean some prawns over the other side, so turn the camera that way so you can see me.
You know, when
Oh,
I
you think-
mentioned
Go on.
the Navy that
Right
I just
here.
started, I said, are they good ships? Yeah, they're great ships. And I said, why don't you use them ourselves? They said the difference was they didn't know how to use them. Right, General? They didn't know how to use them. They had no idea. But I want to recognize Navy Athletic Director Michael Kelly, who's just done an incredible job. Thank you very much.
Looks like you got it.
There you go. Donald Trump with the Navy at the moment. He's going to be watching that through the course of the afternoon and bringing you any news on that. And also the statement we're expecting from the new supreme leader in Iran. Stay with us. You're watching BBC News.
3 o'clock already. Alright, eating some prawns. Here the Tash, pick up yourself.
Oh, the book of the UK this afternoon is looking glorious with plenty of haze and sunshine around. Temperatures running up to 9 Celsius above average for this time of year. But it's not everywhere. We do have this patch of low cloud mist to be linked into liquid across the Yorkshire Ridge. Where that stays stubbornly with us, temperatures may get to around 7 degrees Celsius degrees for weather conditions. Will be colder for summer. For the vast majority, yes, by all March day. Temperatures peaking around 18 degrees in northern Scotland and very close to Lincolnshire. Plunging to the highest temperature so far in Scotland to about 6 degrees. Now, overnight, so those few showers push into the far north of Scotland. Those skies elsewhere leading to a few patches of fog, but will likely snow and fog according to the map, particularly in parts of England. That fog and low cloud may well linger into the afternoon in places. When that happens, it will again feel quite chilly. The book of the UK can be quite days with plenty of sunshine again. It will be pretty warm for March. In northern Scotland, though, you can have to turn colder with a few showers running in. The temperatures just around 9 degrees still 8 and blowing so closer to the seasonal average. Over the next few days, certainly by the middle of next week, we will see cold conditions pushing to the afternoon.
Before the storm. The elite cut a relaxed figure as the biggest night and biggest test of his career so far. He's up against Fernando P, who attempted to make his own Olympic history, becoming the first fighter from the Philippines to win a world title.
Everyone says, oh, how do you manage when you fight nice? And like that,
Prizes at this show will earn a purse in the low thousands of pounds.
World Cup is wow. I love this business from a lot of money to nothing left.
That's the reason why you're not there on the first because he's one of the bigger fighters in the world.
yeah, I think me and his friends always say to easy to go on that, it doesn't matter if it's like, you won anyway, just give me a million.
Watch Friday.CURRY.
The director can come over to me and say, hey, I just want to add a little jerk here or an extra bump there, and if you click the button, I can do that.
This is the forefront of the technology. Why do you want a cell phone network and move and people around?
What's in my hands are tiny for upgrade from because what I really want to get their hands on.
This is a really significant change in the world.
What can we count already? 10 billion reviews.
Tens of thousands of untreatable diseases with existing tools. We can really make it better now. This revolutionized all electronics.
Technology like this is part of what will accelerate the capabilities of the future.
We're developing and commercializing space-based solar power.
We expect to have higher because we'll see unless that's their cheap.
Something doing very good. That's when we're going to do it again.
Welcome guys, welcome to my live, yeah? Just cleaning some prawns at the moment. I'm going to do pepper prawns. Cook some goat meat, and goat meat, curry goat, done cooked. Some goat meat soup at the moment, and that's on the fire. Jerk some chicken later on.
Donald Trump lashes out at NATO
Sorry,
allies
yes,
calling them cowards for not joining the US in the war in Iraq. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says ground forces may be required to change the regime in Iraq. Iran tells the UK that allowing America to use British air bases will be considered as aggression as the war in the Middle East continues. The International Energy Agency says politicians and the markets are scale of the disruption this war has caused. We'll hear live from our correspondents in Doha and also from Washington. Our other main headlines here: the movie star Chuck Norris has died at the age of 86. His film roles included The Way of the Dragon. His death was announced by his family. And here, health officials say it's too early to know if the meningitis B outbreak in Kent has peaked as the number of cases rises to 29. So welcome to BBC News. 3 weeks into the Iran war, and we start with the latest from Donald Trump, who has lashed out again at NATO allies, calling them cowards for not joining the war. In a social media post, he complains they don't want to help to open the Strait of Hormuz, something he says is a simple military maneuver. Meanwhile, the International Energy Agency has said politicians in the markets were underestimating the impact the disruption is having as oil and gas prices continue to spike. One other important development: the Iranian Foreign Minister has told the UK that allowing the United States to use its military bases for operations in the Middle East will be considered as participation in aggression. Well, just a moment to talk to Hannah Humphrey, who's in Washington, but let's go back to Donald Trump has just started speaking. Yeah, let's put the microphone back.
We win the popular vote, we win the electoral college by a tremendous amount. We win the counties by 82 or 84%. And I got no good press. Think of it. Only one thing, that only means one thing: these people are not respected. They're just not respected, and we have to have a press that's respected. When you can win an election where they say that I got 94% bad press, I think if the other side got 94% good press, when they can get 94% and you win in a landslide, that means the press is not respected. People have no confidence in. So you do a fantastic job. Senators Todd Young and Dan Sullivan, great senators, were in the meeting. We gave some votes. Where are you? Hello, fellas, good senators. Representatives running
Speaking on the G20 presentations, as always, with the President of the microphone going through a number of topics, but he made good points about the war at the start. He said if they had made it 2 weeks ago, they don't have any more. See 58 ships knocked out in 2 days, and have the greatest navy anywhere. So underlining in his view, just as he said yesterday, they are ahead of schedule. Let's bring in Hannah Humphrey, who is there in Washington for us. Well, the President speaking now, but not that long ago, he posted on social media an extraordinary outburst, again aimed at NATO allies, calling them cowards.
Indeed, he did, Matthew. He took to Truth Social and he said that NATO member states were paper tigers. He said, essentially saying that they came with no fight, no attack, essentially. And of course, we know that NATO defence chiefs will consistently point out that they are a defensive alliance. And we've heard member states like Germany, for example, when they've been asked about securing the Strait of Hormuz, they have essentially emphasised that they consider this to be a war of choice, that they are wary of getting dragged in. But in terms of President Trump and his NATO rhetoric, I think it's fair to say that this is nothing new, really. Cast your mind back a number of weeks, the annual meeting of the World Economic Forum, and he was speaking about NATO troops. Remember him, he said that they had hung a little bit back, that they hadn't been on the front lines. But of course, overall, when it comes to NATO and Article 5 and the principle that an attack on one is an attack on all, well, the only time that has been triggered is in the wake of 9/11, with those member states coming to the defence of the United States. But I think it's interesting to ask ourselves the question, why now? One, he's putting this statement out when just a number of days ago he had said that we don't need NATO member states to secure the Strait of Hormuz. And of course, what we're seeing as this conflict continues is the price of oil is continuing to climb, and of course attacks on key energy infrastructure in the region means that it isn't just a question about getting the oil out, it's a question of the pipes, the energy infrastructure, and the potential for longer term damage here as well, which of course could have a knock-on effect on the global economy.
And we're going to just run through, of course, certainly other strands, the cost of this war so far, because the Pentagon has gone to Congress to ask for a huge amount, I think $200 billion. So the costs, public opinion, and all that chatter that is still happening around whether ground troops will be required.
Indeed, and yesterday at the White House, President Trump was asked about that, whether there would be ground troops. He replied no, but then went on to say, I wouldn't tell you were that to be the case. And I have to say, at the BBC, we have reached out to US Central Command with regards to the prospect of ground troops. We've had a statement in from them, and they have said, we will not speculate on potential movements or future force posture. I think that's not really kind of the public concerns about the prospect of ground troops here, particularly when it comes to cargo and the potential for the US to seize that key island through which 90% of Iranian oil is processed. But of course we know, as I mentioned, public opinion very well when it comes to the prospect of boots on the ground. President Trump has campaigned on a platform to end so-called forever wars, protracted foreign entanglements, and I think right now there is a big question mark over where this war goes next and what that means for the US military and ultimately how much this war will cost economically, but also of course in lots of money.
Thanks very much for now. Let's cross slide our security guard Frank Gardner is there. And Frank, let me turn back to what we read out in the headlines. What Iran's foreign minister has said to the UK about the use of US bases. Give me your assessment of those comments.
So Iran will watch the videos, the clips of huge US heavy bombers taking off from Aria, Catford in Worcestershire, loaded up with bombs, and they will have just taken the simple conclusion the UK is helping America in this war. Now, the UK's justification for this is that it is helping to suppress the missile sites and missile launches that Iran is using to threaten not only Gulf allies, countries like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, and the Emirates, but also British citizens in the region. So Britain says its actions are purely defensive. So, for example, there are 4 Aria typhoons that have been sent to reinforce the joint Qatari-UK squadron here in Qatar. 2 of those are flying defensive patrols over Bahrain, shooting down any drones coming in from Iran, and another 2 are doing the same thing here in Qatar. So those are the actions that Britain are doing, but Iran clearly sees this as a form of aggression and considers that UK is a party to this war. It's worth reminding ourselves that the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, was not in favour of this war. He's had to steer a very different middle path where he's basically been slammed by all sides. Donald Trump has referred to him as no Winston Churchill. He would have liked a lot more involvement from the UK, probably more than actually physically has in terms of but a lot more.
That means that she has to participate.
And at the same time, Britain risks now becoming a nuclear having already seen a drone attack, and nevertheless a drone attack on the RAF material base in Cyprus.
Let me return to what Donald Trump posted on social media as well as calling NATO allies cowards. He used this line. He said, they don't help to demonstrate or lose a simple military manoeuvre. In terms of the President's assessment about what it would take to open the strait, I suspect that there won't be a huge line and queue of people saying it will be simple.
No, I mean, let's be honest about this. Donald Trump is not a military man. He's a military matters, and reliable enough, he has even less. So I don't think he appreciates that while Iran still has or is even suspected of having a supply of anti-ship cruise missiles hidden in caves and roughly all that along the coastline that runs all the way from Shuttle Island all the way up from the next to Iraq in the north, all the way down to the coast of Pakistan and the south. It goes threatening shipping. And these are powerful, in some cases, Chinese-designed weapons that will sink the warship. So, there is a reason not in the Gulf and not in the Strait of Hormuz, if we're in the Arabian Sea and the Indian Ocean, beyond the range of these missiles, because it is the country being sent, the bottom of the ocean. And the same applies to navies, NATO navies. I mean, there is a kind of mealy-mouthed commitment. A number of countries have said they're willing to support this, including Britain, but they don't want to go into a hot zone, because if there are bits of metal flying around, Britain's got a small enough navy that's left now. It's only got a limited number of surface vessels, and if they're not able to mount some of the storm attack with enough suicide drones, etc., they could theoretically sink the water. So no one is going to do that. And of course, there is, as you rightly point out, there is this mismatch that you're not as common as Donald Trump saying, we don't need them. What actually we do? So which is it?
Right there, a bit of our thanks very much. Let's cross line now to Jerusalem. Sebastian Usher is there for us. And Sebastian, of course, we had more strikes, both Israeli strikes and Iran sending missiles. Just related to that, first of all.
Yo, Wawa.
Yeah.
There, man.
Yeah, so the king.
There, man.
Every time.
There, man, boss.
All things.
This is all, not complain, boss. God good.
Yeah, life is the greatest, Papa.
God good. God
You
good.
there on the phone?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Farmer.
Yeah, oh, Papa. Figure up there. You know I had it.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Run to the dig up.
Because now me had them, so me I drive out to up there.
What do you mean, man? Yeah, man.
What do you mean? Every time.
There, man. There.
Every time.
Yeah. Very near the ancient walls of the old city.
You alone up, or? You
Now me alone. She's there, but I'm still here for to make sure she's there.
Okay.
How are you after the regular thing for the soup hour?
Soup, curry goat, we have prawn, we have fried fish.
I just think about what I think I do.
Soup, put in a dumpling and one.
I don't
You
know.
know me early, me balance my thing and go
I don't know.
live. Rest little.
I don't know.
But there, man, you can put in the thing, man. You can check back boy next hour and a half, yeah?
What about Yogi? You hear nothing about him?
No, man, you'll be alright.
Him alright?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you see me at that, but you can't listen to them speak on him. You see me at that one fire.
Tell us a terror, man, terror.
Yo, you see it in the living, you get me?
True.
And you see them people that right now down up town hall, them are going through hell, actually, probably dip on them.
Dip on them, yes.
Like, ah!
Yeah?
Yo!
Shout out driver, bad down the right now.
Look at, you see them people that say me do something?
Yeah.
You have to prove it. Me already tell you.
Yeah.
13 years ago, this was about housing, and then still never take the property. So what that tell us?
And you still have a property?
Yes! And it wasn't about my job, it was about the property, you get me?
Yeah.
Yes!
So, that's how you go, yeah, man. Fight, yeah, man. And the pressure upon them.
Overthrow the Iranian regime, as we've heard before. But he said that later on that you can't have revolution from the sky, that some kind of ground involvement is needed. Like we said, there are options that we have. Obviously, he wasn't going to make them public, but that they were there. So, it's raising again this possibility, but not in any sense giving us an idea of come from the US, from Israel, or he's thinking of outside forces at the same time, or in terms of forces within Iran being armed and being used in that way. But it is this sense that it needs more when he talks about the conditions after the decimation of Iranian leadership, the destructions. He spoke again about that there was missile capacity, though we haven't seen that in evidence really here in Jerusalem, this one in particular, and the inability now for the regime to continue with Iranian enrichment. All of that is essentially done, but these conditions for the people to rise up, that is an ultimate aim. Some kind of ground intervention being needed, but he went no further than that.
Sebastian, there, Jerusalem, thanks a lot for that. We're going to take a short break around the world and across the UK. You're watching BBC News.
Yes, guys, welcome to my live. Welcome. Big up myself.
Martial arts actor Chuck Norris has died at the age of 86. He was most famous for his role in the TV series Walker, Texas Ranger, and he starred in films including The Way of the Dragon. But his family announced on Instagram that it's with heavy hearts that we shared the sudden passing of our beloved Chuck Norris yesterday morning. To the world, he was a martial artist, actor, and a symbol of strength to us. He was a devoted husband, a loving father, a grandfather, an incredible brother, and a heart of our
Chuck Norris dead.
Now, health officials here in the UK say it's too early to know whether the meningitis outbreak in Kent has passed its peak. The number of confirmed cases being linked to the outbreak has now risen to 29. More than 2,500 people have been vaccinated against meningitis B at the University of Kent so far, and nearly 10,000 have been given antibiotics. Is that not correspondent?
So far, more than 2,500 men-B vaccine jabs have been delivered to those who might be at risk of exposure to the meningitis bug. The rollout of vaccines has been greatly expanded. That means James had an early start this morning to ensure he got his jab.
When the news was released yesterday, we planned like a to run and getting up at 4 a.m. Really made it church to come down to Canterbury. We should put in about 7 o'clock. And I'm getting came to, now, first in the queue for the vaccine.
There are lots of different types of meningitis B bacteria. But the good news is that genetic analysis has confirmed the vaccine should be effective against the strain that's thought to be responsible for this outbreak.
It's rebundled genetic information adds to the data we already have, which is very reassuring overall. Which suggests that the bacteria is firstly sick from the antibiotics we use it, so antibiotics are a very deep protection for those who've been exposed. And secondly, the vaccines that currently deployed will work well against this strain.
The expert group that advises ministers of vaccines has been asked to look again at the first men-B jab. RNA is normally only given to babies in their first year. But Michael Kenny, the father of the sixth-form student Juliet, who died on Saturday,
Going to that.
teenagers and young adults.
Watch
He said that parents we knew our children would change the world and look forward.
I think I know what that.
Juliet thinks this world must be lasting change. Now is the time to ensure families are safe from the impact of meningitis. And that's something meningitis charities are also doing.
If you had been in some of those groups, you would be recommending this vaccine to be fully available on the NHS. The funding has to be installed, and the parents will be living with this and sadly many of the families that are only too well what they are.
Meanwhile, health officials say it's still too early to know whether this outbreak should be contained. But it's highly unlikely that a positive infection will be
Well, let's go to our correspondent Simon Jones is in Canterbury for us. And Simon, I understand that more vaccination sites will open in Kent, so bring us right up to date.
Yeah, in total at the moment we have got 4 vaccination sites. This one is going over the past couple of days. It's the sports centre that's become a makeshift clinic. There's another one at the hospital in Canterbury, also one in Ashford and in Faversham. Now just walk the length of the queue. It is absolutely huge. It stretches back for a great distance. And just in the past few moments, the queue has now been shut for the day. So everyone in the queue, and that is still hundreds of people, they are likely to get a jab before the end of the day. They're still going to have quite a long way. Anyone arriving now will be told, actually, you need to come back tomorrow or go to another clinic that's open later in the day. So that queue is now shut. So we know in terms of the figures, 4,000 people have now received a vaccination. And there are, in terms of supply, around another 5,000 vaccines available. The health officials here in Kent have requested another 5,000. So clearly they're expecting it to be a very busy weekend, because now, yesterday, the health secretary came here, he extended the number of people qualified to get the vaccination, but any students from the University of Kent, from Christchurch University, of this month, and also sixth form pupils if they have a confirmed case in their school. So a lot of people will still be wanting to get hold of a jab. And actually, this is only part one, because they'll have to come back for them again in 4 weeks' time, because it actually needs those vaccinations.
Something not that far away from Easter, as people sort of spread away from the university back home around the country, there's always concern about a wider spread.
That is a possibility.
They want you to verify.
They say there are 3 cases there, 3 scenarios. Now,
They want you to verify that, so you're not.
Is that the outbreak is contained within 10. The second scenario, and this is considered to be the most likely, is that some people have already returned home or will return home in the coming days, and unknowingly will return home with meningitis, and that could possibly lead to an outbreak that may be within a home, but not a big outbreak. The third scenario, though, the worst case scenario, although we're contacted on around the country, and that could lead to large outbreaks in other parts of the country. Now, one reassuring thing for people feeling here today is the scientists are desperately looking at a particular strain of meningitis, and they do believe that they have, that the vaccine will be effective.
Apple upon the phone and you tell them.
Thanks a lot for that, thank you. That's
Oh,
the spacecraft, which is set by astronauts around the
which one? Which one I think card in?
1 mile per hour and some maintenance 4 mile journey to flight in preparation for its planned mission.
Yeah, look, call me again. Number N with 313IN. So it's 07848.
The crew spent nearly 3 years preparing for their voyage. They are NASA's mission commander, Lee Wiseman, Canadian astronauts Jeremy Hansen, and American astronauts Victor Glover and Christina Cook. Before they head for the moon, their journey starts in orbit around the Earth.
We're going to be going to orbit almost right away. That is 40,000 miles, and a fifth of the way that the moon just in and of itself. We will have the Earth out the window as a single ball, something out of the speed, and moving outward. So we're going to do a lot of science and operations along the way that will inform even going deeper.
Yes, we're hoping to take us on the moon. China comes to mind people their husbands dirty, and sent under pressure to get there first, and is planning to eventually build a lunar base. Technical problems have delayed the Artemis launch plans. Potentially, it's the confident the rocket is now ready to go. NASA says they're on course for the launch in early April to begin their journey to the moon. Rebecca Morrell, BT News.
Before we take a break, let me show you the live pictures from Belfast, because in the last hour or so, a civil case against Jeremy Adams over 3 IRA bombings in Britain has been withdrawn. That's been going on for 9 days. He has welcomed that decision. He will state that today was the 9 votes for journalists will so we'll carry that as soon as it starts.
What?
Hello, for the book of the UK this afternoon is looking glorious. Plenty of haze and sunshine around. Temperatures running up to 9 Celsius above average for this time of year. Pretty sunny everywhere. We do have this patch of low cloud and mist, which will be up to some lift across parts of Yorkshire and Wiltshire. While that stays still in the rivers, temperatures now get to around 7 degrees Celsius will be rain conditions will be colder for some, but for the vast majority, it's fine, warm March day. Temperatures peaking around 18 degrees in northern Scotland and very pleasant. And only sunshine again. It will be pretty warm for March. In northern Scotland, though, the air is fairly colder, with a few showers blowing in. The temperatures just around 9 degrees, still 8 blowing, so closer to the seasonal average. Over the next few days, certainly by the middle of next week, we will see colder conditions pushing other parts of the week.
The eyes of the world may be on the Middle East, but here in Ukraine, Russia's war continues. What lessons can the world learn from this battle? For more coverage, or indeed James Lane, here on the East.
Not quite clear on what particular rules for Trump's fight with oil prices, demand swings across gold and stock markets. Investors are grappling with how the wider conflict in the Middle East could upend the global economy. The latest reactions to analysis and market movements following the stock market and week.
Here in the US, the Treasury is continuing to match on President Donald Trump to explain his reasons for launching tariffs on Iran. Crucially, he's saying every plan as the casual rises, oil prices spike. Join me, Katrina Perry, here in Washington, for the latest here on BBC News.
Yo, Jackie in the boy, welcome back. Bless up for pass through again, my boss. So I go on, everything good? Yeah, man, I die, I don't know, so I cook some curry goat today and some gungo peas and rice and some manish water with goat meat. I'm going to jerk some chicken on the outside and fry some fish in a little while. Just clean up some prawn, I'm going to do some pepper prawn as well. Alright, my brother, big up yourself. Blessing here. All is good, man. Yeah, man, we don't know something I want to hear favorite pan the thing, you know. Don't know, so we have to do some streaming to get some watch hours and things. But bless up yourself. Yeah, me up on the outside.
Do you want to answer? Yes.
Yes. But unknown to the doctors, their number was not what they seemed. Was working. Police.
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Here at BBC Verified, these forensic investigative techniques and tools to fact-check stories, verify information and counter disinformation. Using data analysis and the latest technology, our journalists examine the evidence and get to the facts. Watch our BBC Verified reports on the BBC News channel or go online to find out more.
Lord,
Welcome back to BBC News. Jerry Adams just arriving at microphones. A civil case against him over 3 IRA bonds in Britain has been withdrawn today. He's just making his first statement. Have a listen.
London, remains Jen Kjorn Maas, Horsten Adini, Afur Maas,
As always, he's out engagement. If we switch to English, just for background, it's been going on this case for 9 days. A lawyer for the 3 claimants said today that proceedings will be discontinued with no order as to costs. The victims have brought the case alleging that Adams was personally liable for injuries they received in IRA attacks in London and Manchester in 1973 and 19...
first one I'm talk to America in there. No, in America, end up at Hilltop. The one that up at Hilltop. Yeah, that's a number.
Tell you a secret.
Yeah.
You know somebody my rush to the car.
Yeah.
Sign up on Universal Credit.
Yeah.
I was with my van. So that tell us it.
You happy?
Yeah. I may arrest myself. What me I gonna do? I them force me never stop or just. Yeah. They have every right. I mean, live as I may have stay in our country.
Yeah.
So me I want myself now. Yeah. Happy. Still I make money.
No.
I may want my rent pay, that's all. Look else. I'm rent pay, we're good.
Yep.
People are too wicked, Papa. They're too evil and wicked. If that one in the man, still they work. Everything is alright. But you should know the name by the face. Once the name come, boom, that's it.
It's not nice to have it like that.
I
Yeah.
don't know, I go about your business.
I
I
know.
know. Run. Girl, where's Bob?
Yeah.
You just tell him, say, yo, the man gone for lunch. Yeah. What you mean?
They come entitled for it, huh?
Where's the time to be a break? Cause I saw them cheap people. Fly down for you. No, we're not following the one of them things. Not doing it. Can't tell it up. That was many years ago when I come as a hunger for her. No, I'm been there. I mean, I survived. That's how I regret this thing. Yeah. I don't care. I can't talk. I can't talk. Oh, no, I can't talk. I don't put myself in that position. I can't talk. So.
It's been time that the 30th century.
Huh?
I'm gonna realize that you are paying 15 for an hour, 16 for an hour. Oh, that's what about comparison.
What's that? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just look, I read that uniform, I read them here.
Yeah.
Money no good. Oh, I'm not go out. Somebody I'm not go out. Uniform, yeah. But you're weird. 2 days, but that's telling me, no, we're not coming back.
First album since their members completed mandatory military service in South Korea. An elaborate drone display which was live streamed marked bands which would come back. Their highly anticipated album World Tour started a global frenzy with fans flocking to some 260,000 people expected to fill downtown square, which is going to show the concert on the big screens. Further 22,000 lucky fans will be attending the gig itself.
We just jump on the bicycle and reach our road. We don't have to go down far, you get me? Just like how you live right just and you just walk down there, you know?
True.
I think it's a once in a lifetime experience.
I'm going to Lambeth, I go back still.
Walk along
Yeah, the next company I go back to Edison by this year, next year, they go back. Yeah.
Oh, that's what it is.
There's someone overtime. That's somebody over 35 hours. Anyway, you know, I make overtime. You can't have money. And there's someone.
Like with Viola 55 hours a week.
Yeah.
I just really want to go, you know. They never have no space there, you know. They apply for this, apply for go. By the time they get to them, then they get this money already.
And you know, the travel, you know, use of fuel and
Walking,
so you have to balance it, you know.
walking this
You have to
stuff.
balance everything there, you get me?
Yeah.
See, it's not just them little things, like, so you have to take the travel to here and there and buy fuel and everything, you get me?
Alright. Yeah. Yeah, so you go. True, man.
This group is so massive.
Well, funny people took the right to America. I didn't know I'm sure you're listening.
They have incredible storytelling and a whole experience for their followers and their fans. They really feel like they're a part of the BTS journey. So I think that's why their fans are so loyal and very connected to the idols in BTS. There's nothing like BTS, to be honest with you.
I'm sure assuming both of you have got tickets for the London concerts whenever they happen. Any of you, first of all, because I think I'm right in saying that you went to the Wembley gig back in, 2019?
Yes, I did. So I went to both ways. So luckily, me and my friends, we all planned it. So we planned it very closely. It's called tickets and it's always like an Olympics kind of. So we always had to get tickets together from different prices, and we were able to secure both things. It's almost like a competition to trying to get tickets and lotteries, and everybody lines up with their phones and their devices trying to get those elusive tickets. I unfortunately didn't get any, so I will be working on Monday what's going on that day, but my entire team will be going and enjoying and experiencing this in-person event with BTS, which they've been longing for this extended period of time.
I said to you, how big is the fan base here? And also, it's fascinating watching some of the quotes because Mexico's president has urged the band to play more dates in Mexico. Just it is colossal what it does for revenues. It's a bit like the Taylor Swift global tour, which what raised $2 billion. I think this is going to raise about $1 billion.
I think if they had doubled the date, they would have sold out. That's our understanding. So at Cable Calling, we are very community-led. Our fan base goes from 5 years old up to 85 years old, and everybody wants them to see them. They're going to other countries because they didn't secure tickets here. So they're very, very loyal. They really want the in-person experience. But obviously BTS can only do so much with their first comeback tour. So hopefully we'll see them again next year.
And we're seeing some of the pictures from the publicity. It's been really interesting. It is going to be a litmus test for K-pop, isn't it? Because that whole sector, it dipped when they had to do their military service and were out of the equation. Everyone will be watching if the bounce back happens in just the way that they were being received and a huge fan base they had before the break.
I feel like when that happened, it was just, there wasn't a way when they had to decided to, I guess, go to military, but also, because there was always like a lot of, like, I guess, discussions between K-pop fans and Twitter and like Instagram about, you know, whether BTS would be like, whether they would be exempt from going to like, you know, the tour or to the going to the military, and it was like very emotional for the us because like, you know, like they have to go, you know, it's part of, you know, Korea's culture, like,
Oh yeah, our line seems to be failing, but listen, the two of you were coming to the end of time anyway, so enjoy the streaming of that concert tomorrow. I'm sure you're really enjoying the album, but thanks so much for being here on the programme and talking to us here at BBC News. Now we're going to take a short break, we'll back to all the latest headlines from the Middle East. This, of course, 3 weeks into the war in Iran. So do stay with us, will bring you all the very latest updates. That story, of course, continues to move next Friday. Thanks for watching.
Well, the look in the UK this afternoon is glorious with plenty of easy sunshine around. Temperatures running up to 9 Celsius above average for this time of year. But it's not that bad everywhere. We do have this patch of low cloud and mist, which we look to lift across parts of Yorkshire and Lancashire. Where that stays stubbornly with us, temperatures may get to around 7-8 degrees Celsius with these rainy conditions. Will be cold like the summer. And the vast majority, yes, fine, warm March day. Temperatures peaking around 18 degrees in northern Scotland and Lincolnshire, plunging with highest temperature near Stockholm in Scotland to 19 Celsius. However, so next few showers push into the far north of Scotland. Clear skies elsewhere leading to a few patches of frost, but we'll likely snows of fog before tomorrow, particularly in parts of England. That fog and low cloud may well linger into the afternoon in places. When it happens, it will again feel quite chilly. You will be careful your dry days with plenty of sunshine, and again, it will be pretty warm for March in northern Scotland. It's going to turn colder with a few showers pouring in. The temperatures just around 9 degrees, still 8 and blowing, so closer to the seasonal average. Over the next few days, certainly by the middle of next week, we will see cold conditions pushing to all parts of the UK.
This is what your kids are doing to wildlife.
There's a deadly weapon on the streets of our communities.
Injuries that is after they're causing tremendous suffering over the days and weeks.
We've been talking to the communities who say they're in the middle of a catastrophic time frame.
They simply don't care. The only thing they care about is citizens. If I didn't see the catapult, I would have walked away from the break.
If you were struck by one of those in the head, that is potentially going to be fatal.
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
This is my husband. So I was first working on the and
The very first notification of the poison was at 4 o'clock. This was this going to happen. Because we didn't know what it was, we didn't know how we had managed to see and clean any of the places where the poison had been.
Maybe then the only citizen. Dangerous.
A number of casualties that were discovered when they cleared the highway. We're doing this not for medical reasons, but for remembrance and for family.
Soldiers are out of reach for many reasons. It is a promise of a different life and identity.
Documentaries from around the world. BBC News.
Live from London, this is BBC News. Donald Trump lashes out at NATO allies, calling them cowards for not joining the US in the war in Iraq. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says ground forces may be required to change the regime in Iraq. Iran tells the UK that allowing America to use British air bases would be considered as aggression as the war in the Middle East continues. The International Energy Agency says politicians and the markets are underestimating the scale of disruption this war has caused. We'll be live at the White House just in a minute or two. Let's turn to our other headlines here this afternoon. News star Chuck Norris died at the age of 86. His film roles included The Way of the Dragon, The Devil's Hands Christ. Here, health officials say it's too early to know if the meningitis B outbreak at Kent has peaked as the number of cases rises to 20. Hello and welcome to BBC News. 3 weeks into the war with Iran, we saw the latest from Donald Trump, who said today lashed out against their NATO allies, calling them cowards for not joining the war. In the social media post, he complained that they don't want to help to open the Strait of Hormuz, something he says was a simple military maneuver. Meanwhile, the International Energy Agency has said politicians and the markets were underestimating the impact the disruption is having as oil and gas prices continue to spike. One other important development, the Iranian Foreign Minister has told the UK that allowing the United States to use its military bases for operations in the Middle East will be considered as participation in aggression. Now, in the last hour, Iran's new Supreme Leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, has released a message saying the enemies of the Islamic Republic have been dealt a dizzying blow under the war against the US and Israel. The statement released on its Telegram channel marks the start of the Persian New Year. It states, at the moment, due to the particular unity that's been created between you and patriots, despite all the differences in religious, intellectual, cultural, political origins, the enemy has been defeated. The new Supreme Leader is yet to appear in public after being named to his father, who was killed in that
I like page and subscribe. I'm going to give you £1. What you want? £1? Look outside, isn't it?
The Navy's going to get Air Force is going to get anti-aircraft. It's all done, it's all done. The radar is all done. The readers are all done. The next set of babies are all done. And the next set of babies are all done. And now, there's no leader over there anymore.
How much you got?
We're having a hard time. We want to talk to them, and there's nobody to talk to. There's nobody to talk to. And you know what? They're like
What's that?
And we have many of the distinguished members of the United States.
How about this? I understand that. Hold on.
Hold on.
Space Force. I didn't build the first two. I didn't build the
All right, yeah.
We built it because we can't get these lunatics with nuclear weapons because they're already using the flash.
The President repeatedly said in that news conference yesterday that the war is going to schedule assess those two at the same time.
Well, yeah, I think the news from there
Right. Yeah, so.
Sometimes the can't people know how to accept. True, man. And I try to spread out way, man.
diplomatic shudder throughout the alliance.
And then see if I cool that. We don't eat the soup.
I'm drinking, I'm pumpkin. Yeah. Yeah.
Testing the idea of whether a move on NATO countries would be defended back into the United States. And so it's points like that that really worry leaders of NATO countries.
Tom, take me through the various other strands. There are so many 3 weeks in. The costs of this war so far and projected costs, all that talk about still whether boots on the ground may be required and public opinion.
Things shift happening in the last few days, both from President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel, who I think have come to accept that strategically this war is going wrong for them in terms of what their aims and objectives were, i.e. to shatter Iran's conventional weapon system. They say because they could have used it as a shield as they put it to continue a nuclear program. But of course what has happened is the Iranians have fought asymmetric which is one of the things they always do, using basically the tactics of insurgents to harass and attack shipping and that walls away with turmoil to global markets. So now the Americans have to deal with that. That's deal with it. It took us a long longer.
You know what the application is?
What's up? I'm not
Take long to do them. If I feel that, so you know, why you get that the contract from long term.
Yeah.
It take a long time. Even that recruitment that we do, I have August last year.
Yeah.
We made the application and we never get the paperwork till January.
Yeah, remember.
And the interview was, what was November. I kind of expect that thing is still long. I know them people are still.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is never nothing we never really expect. Yeah. You know them people.
Oh, and flex.
Yeah, we're not dealing with people over the years. Just know when they came to that, you know?
Yeah.
No matter how you work with them, you can't just have no fun. Nothing else. Nothing else.
This is that it is sites and missile launchers that Iran is using to threaten not only Gulf allies, countries like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, and the Emirates, but also British citizens in the region. So Britain says these actions are purely defensive. So, for example, there are 4 Aria Typhoons that have been sent to reinforce the joint Qatari UK squadron here in Canada. 2 of those are flying defensive patrol over Bahrain, shooting down the planes coming in from Iran and going to, and another 2 are doing the same thing here in Qatar. So those are the actions that Britain are doing, but Iran clearly sees this as a form of aggression, and and considers that UK is a party to this war. We're denying ourselves that the Prime Minister secures Scotland is not in favour of this war. He's had to steer a very difficult middle path where he's basically being slammed by all sides. One example referred to as no Winston Churchill being like a war in the UK, probably Britain even actually physically has in terms of hardware, but a lot more commitment, but we didn't get that. And at the same time, Britain is now becoming the powering arm. We've already seen a drone attack, a very minor one, and nevertheless a drone attack on the RAF material base in Cyprus.
Frank, let me return to what Donald Trump posted on social media, as well as calling NATO allies cowards. He used this line. He said, they don't want to help to open the Strait of Hormuz, a simple military manoeuvre. In terms of the President's assessment about what it would take to open the Strait, I suspect that there won't be a huge line and queue of people saying it will be simple.
No, I mean, let's be honest about this. Donald Trump is not a military man, and he has a bigger thin understanding of military matters. I mean, I have little enough, he has even less. So I don't think he appreciates that while Iran still has, or is even suspected of having a supply of anti-ship cruise missiles hidden in caves off the inlets of its vast coastline that runs all the way from the Shatala waterway up and next to Iraq in the north, all the way down to the coast of Pakistan in the south. It can threaten shipping. And these are powerful, in some cases, Chinese-designed weapons. You say everywhere. So, you know, there's a reason why
I'm a general.
Because it isn't practically sensible. Not something practically sensible on the ocean. And the same applies to NATO navies. I mean, there is a kind of really nice commitment. So a number of countries have said they're willing to support this, including Britain, but they don't want to go into a hot zone because if there are bits of metal flying around, Britain's got a small enough navy as it is that's left now. There's only got a limited number of surface vessels. And if Iran were able to light some of the storm attack with enough drones, torpedoes, suicide drones, etc., they could theoretically sink a warship. So no one is in a hurry to do that. And of course, there is, as you rightly point out, there is this mismatch between one of the Donald Trump saying, we're going to need them. Well, actually, we do. Well, which is it?
Oil prices are on the rise again as Israel and Iran continue to trade attacks. That's despite assurances by Israel's Prime Minister that he sees the war ending a lot faster than people think, and saying that Iran's ability to enrich uranium has been destroyed. The Iranians remain concerned about the damage to infrastructure refinery in Kuwait was hit earlier today. It comes after the loss of Qatar Energy said damage to their liquefied natural gas plant could take 3 to 5 years to repair, potentially pushing up gas prices in Asia and Europe for the long term. Meanwhile, the International Energy Agency is out speed limits, air travel, and even going back to working from home. Well, the BBC is Jonathan Joseph says we speak is ahead of the Ukraine.
Our work is creating the greatest global energy security challenge in history. It is much bigger than what we had in the 1970s oil price shocks. It is also bigger than the natural gas price shock we have experienced after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It is not only oil and gas, fertilizers, petrochemicals. These are all facing major problems. So I believe the world has not yet well understood the depth of the energy security challenge we are facing today.
The depth of this challenge is the reason why we haven't heard very much from governments around the world about carbon energy use. Because it's quite politically toxic. People don't want to be told how to behave, how to fly, how to drive, how much they can go into the office. Is it too politically toxic? Is that why this message is coming from yourselves at the International Energy Agency?
So we have received from many governments around the world, in Europe, in America, Asia, a lot of countries and governments in Asia, to come up with some concrete suggestions, many of measures, concrete that can be immediately implemented, and these are based on our years and years experiences, and proved to be successful. And this is the reason we made this many of suggestions to governments, for example, and I believe in the UK for the many governments, and we have been able to see how they work, and certain governments based on this made announcement to suggest to provide some recommendations to the businesses, industry, and the hospitals. Given that the scale of the damage we see to aging infrastructure in the repair damage to some of their facilities. We don't know how long this crisis is going to last. We're looking at a 15 period of higher energy prices and the global economic implications that have. Even if tomorrow there was a ceasefire, I wish there was, even tomorrow there was a ceasefire, we need months and months of time with the energy infrastructure, the oil fields, the refineries, pipelines, and others before fresh where they were, before the war was started.
know in terms of the figures, some 4,500 people have now received a vaccination, and there are, in terms of supplies, around another 5,000 vaccines available. The health officials here in Kent have requested another 5,000, so clearly they're expecting it to be a very busy weekend, because now, yesterday, the health secretary came here, they extended the number of people who qualified to get vaccinations. So many students from the University of Kent, some at Christchurch University, who were in the club believed to be at the centre of the outbreak from the 5th to the 15th of this month, and also sixth form pupils if they have a confirmed case in their school. So a lot of people will still be wanting to get hold of the jab. And actually, it doesn't because they'll have to come back all of them again before we start.
So I mean, we're not that far away from Easter as people
Hold it cool.
stay away from the university back home around the country. Is there any sort of concern about the wider split?
That is a possibility because speaking to health officials here, they say they are.
Just look along there. I see a screenshot just so they have that code for you.
Yeah.
All right, look. See that? The same screenshot, so this good enough. Why you say that, so? Yes, mate, confirmed by Thomas, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah? See that lotion one, blah, 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 yeah? Yeah? So guess what? We have everything, because we know these people stay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I denied nothing from the agency. They called me, lotion requested one. Yeah, Thomas requested me. What already there? So I just carry some to the lorry. What you have already there?
I can't wait one cooler.
Yeah, come on, yeah.
Desperately looking at a particular strain of meningitis.
Donald Trump on side to try and get a durable peace in Ukraine. Number two, they don't want any more Trump tariffs on their exports. Their economies just can't afford them. And number three, Europe needs the United States outside NATO for all European talk of becoming more independent militarily. They're far off that yet. So you could say, well then why haven't European powers said yes to Donald Trump when he asked them to send their warships right now to the Strait of Hormuz to protect commercial vessels? I mean, Europe is suffering very much from those rising energy prices as well. So I think if you look at opinion polls here in Europe, voters do not want their governments to be actively part of a war against Iran right now. And although we have European governments in negotiations with the UN, with Gulf countries and others to look at some kind of international maritime control for the Strait of Hormuz, that would be after the current violence has calmed down. And frankly, right now they're not taking action because European leaders don't trust Donald Trump. They don't trust that if they put their lives at risk right now, that he's asked for it, he would be on their side the next time the crisis comes down.
That's it. Thanks very much. Now, there's been plenty of analysis suggesting one of the winners of this conflict is Russia.
I tell you what I say, you know, say that one off the Lord, yeah?
Yeah. Well, here in Russia, they're portraying the Iran war very much as a massive problem for Donald Trump. But also one of today's Russian newspapers. This is this here, front page. It says it all really. You see President Trump in trouble, buying oil it goes on to say that America has failed in 3 weeks to secure a strategic breakthrough in this war.
I saw glory, that's here.
Has been welcomed by Moscow and has fueled hope here of longer-term sanctions relief in the high oil prices. That is boosting Russian budget revenues, easing the pressure on the Russian economy, and increasing the pressure on economies across Europe. And Moscow has been enjoying pointing that out. Also, the Russians were happy to hear President Zelensky warning that Ukraine faces a deficit of missiles because of the war in the Middle East. And he also delighted to hear President Trump sounding so bitter recently when he was talking about NATO, clearly upset that NATO allies have declined to send naval warships to the Strait of Hormuz. Now, I talked earlier about the oil price, which is good for Russia, but there's one other point to make. A prolonged conflict in the Gulf of the Middle East and a sustained period of super high oil prices, that could spark a global recession. And that would mean that demand for Russian oil would fall badly for Russian. Israel adopted a new war with Hezbollah, but it's had a massive impact on the civilian population.
Indeed, 1 in 5 people are internally displaced in Lebanon, and they have to forcibly flee their houses for fear of being killed. They strike all blanket reclamation orders for the Israelis. They're covering very large parts of the country.
Sure, good Lord. Yeah, it's whatever. She'll do the eye.
These people actually either went to their friends, families, few have been able to rent houses, but all of them are staying in collective shelters, which are basically public schools. So basically they are in need of everything. The crisis is massive. It's a humanitarian crisis of massive scale, and these people are provided with just very bare.
Portland. Yeah, we're short enough, Papa. Just keep the love going in there. Every time, yeah? One. Captain, take care of yourself, yeah?
In a slightly veiled way, the long televised address he gave last night, essentially he was saying, we restated already the 3 aims of the war as far as he was concerned, which is the eradication of any chance of Iran developing a nuclear weapon, and in terms that it will not have any means back. And he's saying it's different this time. This time we're going to destroy the industries, the factories that can make any possible nuclear weapon, the ballistic missile as well. And he said that that has been achieved to a pretty big extent in the first 20 days of the war, that Iran's ability to manufacture ballistic missiles is essentially gone. Its efforts to enrich uranium also, for now, completely stalled. And the third aim, which is about the Iranian people, again, as you said before, creating the conditions for them to take the opportunity to rise up. Then that comment that you mentioned there, he's expanded on a little bit later, saying that revolution can't just come from the air, that some kind of ground operation is necessary as well. Now, he said in a slightly cryptic way that there are options on the table, but he wouldn't divulge what they are. So whether there are clear, concrete options, or whether he's hoping that this will just lead to a situation where the Iranian people will be able to do this, I think is still an open question. But for now, he's not backing down in any sense from a strategy that Israel's been leading from the start of the war.
Absolutely, thank you. Thank you.
Portland.
Energy Agency has got the BBC today that governments need to be more vocal about cutting energy usage, and equal to the greatest global energy security challenge in history. So let's get more on the global economic impacts, the fallout. Let's hear from Nidita Lamai, who's in Davos.
There are major concerns about an energy crisis in India because of the war in the Middle East. Nearly half of India's crude oil, nearly half of its liquefied natural gas, and almost all of its LPG or liquefied petroleum gas, which is the cooking gas used in hundreds of millions of Indian homes, that passes through the Strait of Hormuz, the supply disrupted at the moment. India's foreign minister has said that the government is in talks with Iran's leaders to try and ease those disruptions. In the past few days, a few vessels carrying gas and oil have arrived on Indian shores, but there are concerns that there will be a shortage. That's why India's government has invoked emergency powers, ordering industries to maximize the production of LPG, to cut gas sales to industries and to prioritize homes and consumers instead. Rates have not been raised. There are political reasons for that. All through the month of April, there are important regional elections will be taking place in India. And if the government raises the price of oil and gas, it could negatively impact the chances of the ruling party.
Well, let's save that for the economic fallout. China correspondent Laura Bigger has this from Beijing.
China is not feeling the shock of it more yet, but it is feeling the ripple effect. First of all, let's look at oil, because China is the world's largest importer of crude oil. And some wondered, how would Beijing cope? Well, for the last few months, since January, it has been stockpiling crude oil, and it thought it had at least 3 to 4 months supply. Also, China is insulated from any energy crisis because it had this push towards renewables and, of course, electric vehicles. That should ensure that queues at petrol pumps will not be too long. And of course, when it comes to oil, we have seen analysts suggest that some Chinese flagships are making it through the Strait of Hormuz. How many and for how long is uncertain. Where China will be concerned is if this turns into a long, protracted war in the Middle East. And that is because China will be worried about the global economy. The country is already trying to deal with serious economic challenges domestically. To get itself out of trouble, it needs to export. It needs to sell its goods. If you have a large region like the Middle East, which is very well connected right across the global south to Africa and elsewhere, then perhaps their buying power will be reduced. This is something Beijing will not want to see.
Thing good? Yeah, man, yeah, man.
I think what comes on the cusp, but it's not an inflection point, because this could go over.
All kind of food, yeah.
Plenty of people here in the Gulf.
Very good.
Today is the first day of the Islamic
3-day
holiday, marking the end of Ramadan. It's a time
final.
Right, we should go.
Lots of children running around screaming, having fun, eating
Right, we should go, but the size, the garden is already
this conflict could still take place because the US Navy headquarters in Bahrain, under their air base in Qatar. It's hitting other things, and there was a worry that it could still expand that target set.
Thank you. Let's go back to what you were Canada after Katia. A quick thought on Ukraine, because European leaders are desperate, aren't they? But help for Ukraine is not
Where's that?
It's definitely to any of the Thompson's goal is concentrating on trying to structure some kind of durable peace for Ukraine. For the Europeans, these are two wars they're looking at now. Ukraine is of course going into its fifth year on the continent here, the biggest conflict since the Second World War for the Europeans. And now, of course, that conflict spreading through the Middle East will impact on energy prices.
Yeah.
And that's not the truth, because it makes Europeans realise that again,
Five point eight.
go back to peasants in the United States for so many things in Europe. And Europe used to be very, very dependent on Russia for cheap gas, particularly in countries like big Germany, which is energy hungry industries that it depends on for its exports. And it is the economic motor in so many ways of Europe. But what they realise now is they are so vulnerable to the global energy. They may not be buying from Russia anymore. Gas is a global crisis. Here as well, and just as dependent. Country and distraction, European governments to worry about their economies and whether they're voted for development.
Thanks very much. The final thought from our correspondent Tom Bateman there at the White House. Tom, where are we on timescale on this? What the American costs of this were, or on public opinion, on good ground protection?
Well, we really start by how the messaging shifted over this last week, both from President Trump, but also from his ally, the Israeli Vice President who spoke last night. They're both talking now in terms of having gone from, at the start of this, we were hearing about this being a quick, decisive, overwhelming victory for the Americans and the Israelis, destroying Iran's commercial weapons. Now what we're hearing is, yes, there is disruption in global markets, there is a spike in oil price, but both of them now saying, in effect, this is a price worth paying for what we're doing to deny Iran's nuclear weapons, we're doing that for future generations.
Yes.
I think the problem with that is it's not going to their critics and that I was struck was in the White House now as Trump was talking to members of the US Navy, making all sorts of political comments with the fact I remind you that this president upends conventions, previous presidents have always avoided politicised comments and US military. And his opponents here in Washington are saying that he went into this war unauthorized by Congress, unauthorized by the United States. This time, let's say, upended the law.
Thanks very much. The maximum always is you only get into war if you know where it ends. And here we are, 3 weeks in, and still don't know the answer to that question. That is it. Thank you to all of our correspondents and teams covering this topic. The BBC website has a live page constantly updated with the latest. Thanks for being with us.
Yeah. Goat and goat. Yeah, when you come deal with that, there's something else happening.
Hold this up.
Thank you very much. Remember my address.
Obvious. That one done for me, that's why I'm returning.
anti-aircraft is all done, it's all done. The radar is all done. The leaders are all done. The next set of leaders are all done. And the next set of leaders are also done. And now, nobody wants to be a leader over there anymore. We're having a hard time with them. Talk to them, and there's nobody to talk to. We have nobody to talk to. And you know what, we like it that way. And we have many of the distinguished members of the United States military that are very excellent consideration and raising gains on the wage as good as we've ever seen. It is the beginning of people starting to see the talent. I rebuilt the military and built it, including Space Force. I rebuilt the military I didn't think I'd be using it this much. I'm glad I rebuilt it because we can't let these lunatics have to
Well, 3 weeks in, give me your assessment of where you think we are.
Well, you know, we've gone for keeping some of the messages on the is about getting out straight to the and before that, calling America's NATO allies cowards.
No bag in I think yeah. I want to creep out the plate tonight. Rest yes, sir. Yum.
Where he's continuing to use this kind of language now, really questioning their value, calling them a paper tiger, for example, which, as far as NATO allies are concerned, sends a signal to their adversaries, mostly to, of course, that might suggest the US wouldn't defend NATO countries in the event of an invasion in Eastern Europe. They've always been really worried about this. And that's language, I think, is going to really concern. It is a signal of the frustration the anger becomes clearly feeling that part of this war is going wrongly. They don't have a solution yet to deal with the way the Iranians have controlled the Strait of Hormuz, and this kind of lashing out at these NATO allies, I think, is symptomatic of that. Reports at the moment that there are more US Marines on their way to the US base coast. Now, we already know that a naval task force on the way from Japan as well. Sometimes until they get there, but that in itself could be a signal of future joint operations. You won't have to say a real comment on that, but the President needs
Thank you, take it,
yeah, man, of course, man, love, yeah.
We're next half an hour to an hour.
Because you don't even have to see your phone. Yes, listen.
Yes, I know.
None of these are good options. Russian option is keep going this massive aerial bombardment and killing members of the regime, and that they end up doing what so far no sign of any of that. So his options, as you say, itself expand.
Tom, thanks very much. Tom Bain live there at the White House for standing around the world and asking the version of the new year. This year will be particularly difficult for the range of inside and outside the country, following the range of brutal background unprecedented in January and, of course, this ongoing war. Dan Johnson has been speaking to a ready to cross into Turkey.
Obviously, people on the move across this border today, particularly because it is now moved the Persian New Year. That means there are people coming out of Iran saying that they want to mark that celebration elsewhere. But there are also people who've gone back saying that they want to be with their friends and family in the country to mark this special occasion. Lots of people have said they have to celebrate this year because of everything that's happening and all the worries they have for their relatives and for the future of their country. And there are still lots of people popping out to Iran because they are not safe to speak on camera. There is a sign in there, we know, that instructs people not to talk to the media, and one woman said, I've been ordered not to speak to you. But we have encountered people here who are willing to speak, those in the main are people who support the regime. I spoke to one lady who describes herself as an independent journalist.
Everyone supports Mustafa Khamenei, and they are on the streets to take revenge for the children of Milan Elementary School from Zionism. We are the Avengers.
Why do you choose to believe what the regime tells you?
There is freedom of speaking. There is nothing to be frightened of.
Guess what, man, Russ?
Yeah.
I've always hated my debts. One time we paid the debts. What no? We paid a few times. What do that? And I paid all my debts. Score. I don't know too much now. Straight away, I'll come. And I'll get straight away.
You're supporting that lady, others pointed out they thought she was telling complete lies. The interference on camera is really clear against a lot of the people here, and some are literally seeing intimidation right here. The one across my colleague was speaking to the lady who just left one story today about what she realized for children. Two people came up to her who got speech and changed their words to exactly say things were right. So that's just one of the people who are different from them to appear on camera. So the reach of the Iranian regime, that influence, is certainly felt here on the Turkish side of the border. I was speaking to one lady who said that she thought the regime may be close to further police stations are being brought, and there were fewer security forces out on the streets enforcing what the regime wants to see. That's just one voice in this continuing conflict. You know, the current sense here is of uncertainty for the future.
Turkey. Let's talk to the situation here in this studio with me. Let's go back to that statement from the meeting to the agency that we actually see. We asked for this statement, no visual, no sound, which will those persons again, his whereabouts, his state of health, and so on. Even though we will probably have the question, we won't have those things, we will whether he's in a position to have the authority or whether they're going to coordinate if necessary orders and oversee the war effort. But what he did say, usually these kind of New Year messages, today's Iranian New Year, are directed at domestic audience. But he made an overture to Iran's neighbors, not the Arab countries. He particularly spoke of Pakistan and of Turkey, hoping that Iran could perhaps forge a closer alliance with these two countries, perhaps giving an insight into his mindset if it is really his message, tribute to him, but if it's his message, his mindset to which direction he wants to go in terms of the country's foreign policy.
When you listen to the Americans, when you listen to the Israelis, they refuse to think about the amount of missions, the amount of body weight, it's a huge number. What are you hearing at BBC Persian from people there on the ground? What has been like living through these trying days?
the experience for Iranians is not the same. Iran is a vast country, so different local communities have their own kind of realities. Places like Tehran, which we usually look at to assess the national mood, the Iranian New Year, people are going about shopping for New Year celebrations and so on. The mood is very somber under warlike conditions. Just last night, Tehran came under heavy bombardment. In other local communities in the south, which has a strong military-industrial base, closer to the Strait of Hormuz, they've also been very much affected. Other communities, perhaps more up north, lesser so the mood is not as somber as it is. But the country is under conditions of war, which they experienced back in the 1980s during the Iran-Iraq War. So it's a very different kind of New Year for Iranians this year.
And of course, Donald Trump, perhaps the calculation was that the regime would fall very quickly. The leader was killed on the first day. That hasn't been how it's panned out. What sense do you get about how the regime is actually holding up?
Even Prime Minister Netanyahu in his press conference yesterday said that there is no guarantee of regime collapse. Today, President Trump spoke of implosion. I don't know what these terms mean or how they can be differentiated, but if there are any signs of regime collapse, we're not seeing it. We can talk about regime collapse politically, in terms of security, and in terms of military. Politically, I think no matter how many people the Israelis kill, there will always be people to take their place because they have 4 or 5 layers of replacement. If you're talking militarily, it seems like Iran's central command and control structures are very much resilient. We saw that in the synchronization of the attacks that took place in reaction to Israel's attack on Iran's gas fields. So it seems like despite that mosaic defense structure that they have, still they're operating under a very controlled, structured strategy, and they're sticking to that strategy. You can see that both in terms of the number of missiles and launchers that are being fired, and in terms of the tempo of the attacks.
A quick final thought, because as you were talking there, Iran is reported to have said that they are unwilling to talk about opening the Strait of Hormuz whilst under attack. There are so many strands of this war in the 3 weeks, but it is fast focusing on the Strait. You sort of heard the frustration from Donald Trump about trying to get it together.
You'd be surprised to know that many people within Iran's Revolutionary Guard are actually happy or see this as an opportunity. They think once they pull through this war, they can change the geopolitics of that region, that Iran can become the dominant power in charge of the Strait of Hormuz. They feel like the reason it hasn't happened so far was because of that restraint, because they were held back.
Oh God!
Pragmatic elements of
Yeah, go get facts, man. I mean, go get facts.
Oh God, it's bad. Someone here show all this thing.
I'll let her do that. I can't think that though. Man shower. They just have the money for the support. But I let a woman do that, man. Yeah. I let the woman do that. I let the woman do that, man. I give her some money. She did it with her bedrooms, man. Just show them respect that you're going to be there. If you don't turn up, they look like everyone's looking like, so what? They're ready for them. Yeah.
Simple. You're right. You're true that, man. It's all right. 100%.
And that gives the girl more peace of mind.
More peace of mind.
Girls can hold their head high when they look around their friends like, they're thinking, my baby father. You know that's what women love to chat anyway. Look, Vicky sent me his thing. Cookie. He's coming to make sure. What, you breathing this thing as well, yeah? Destiny. Oh. He sent me his thing. I didn't even know his name was Daniel. Daniel? Junior. Yeah, I rang him. Like, man, Daniel. Yeah, you that, bro. Daniel, son. Yeah. I rang him like, man, Daniel. Daniel, son. No, I like cooks, man. Hey, meat hard, meat well. You know that. You know that. Dirt's just a wrong. Man knows that. You know, Dirt's a wrong. You know, every time I talk to Dirt, he's always on. I want to burn something. Nasty, yeah. Stop thinking that. He's got that mad. Yeah. I'm like, Dirt, stop. He's a one. He's a good dude. Yeah. He's Dirt's not a good dude, man. But he's got little issues. He's got bad issues. Deep down in his heart, he's a good dude. He's in Leo Bronx, 20. Yeah. Well, that's because he's in environment and he's it's great for someone. But he's not good dude, obviously.
Incredible brother.
Don't tell me this is what
I've too much spreadsheet. You know what I mean? I isn't you full table raw. Yeah, now, you know we've done it. You can't trust them. You know what I'm saying? I'm Dutch. I've never bring Dutch to my yard. You know what I mean? You know, I would never bring it to my yard anyway. You know what I mean? Yeah, I couldn't bring it. What you think? Never come there. You know why? My friends always told me when he saw me on the Dutch, he's like, don't really care for the very much. No, yeah, no. He will backdoor you. You know what I mean? Like, he will find out the bricks in your yard and you'll be out. And he'll be one of them coward guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, geez, the black ball never dropped out.
It's in there.
It's in there. Hold on. He said to me, when he saw me holding like that, he just said like that, bro, you got a clean heart, so you know what you're doing. This is rubbish.
There are lots of different types of meningitis B bacteria. So the key thing is that genetic analysis has confirmed the vaccine should be effective against
Might need to tune up the mechanism a bit.
Maybe. Maybe. Stick up on that.
Which suggests that the bacteria is basically susceptible to the antibiotics we use in trials and so very protected against being exposed. This is how vaccines are currently deployed will work into the strain. The expert can advise administer the product has been asked to look again at Nicholas Maybe Jam. Currently, it's all the only babies in this first stage.
I respect people. I respect you.
In a state, he said,
No.
parents, we need to change the world.
From the rising sun. You know, the rising sun. Needs to walk, you want to stay for me. The reason why I stay for me, I get people so many times, so it's not so I say, Poland. So I want to know something new. Something new about coming out of the baby. I'm new as well. From the rising sun, say, yeah. I'm on Mark or something. No Mark, no leader Mark.
Been on some of those.
Yeah, man, come on, Mark.
You are
Come back. What kind of say, man? Oh, yeah, look at the rising sun. Yeah, you don't know rising sun.
He was there. That's right, in Catford.
Yes.
That looks like we was there like religiously. You're right, the Chinese shop in there.
Yeah.
I wasn't there, I see it though.
Yeah.
My team was Copperfield, that's what I was saying.
Oh, yeah.
Copperfield, I'll come later.
Yeah.
That was the key, that was nice. Yeah, you got good. You did balls. Yeah. I was something walkers like that. Look at time I popped little holder and Riley. And that on me, like you're gonna wrap me. I'm like, you man dumb. Bro, there's food there, wrap them brothers, man. And you come and wrap me, you stupid. You know what I mean? I said, you man, I think everyone's doing mad. Exactly. They're not Thank you, fucking up, thank you, thank you, we really crush his heart. Hey, man, I'm just doing nasty, mad. What you know, yellow? What's happened to get my fucking in the leg, yeah. I remember Wade lined that, you know. Wade's that line there. I remember Wade talking about it. Cool man, was come down there. He didn't know man was going to go to the big. And I said, he had to go Ricky Lee's job. Yeah, I remember saying Wade told me, you're like that. I said, no, Wade. See, he could have been accessory to lucky Ricky Lee. Yeah, lucky them I saved him, bro. They were snitching. Yeah, and he would have got, you know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Everybody would have got picked on that. Well, we would have been picked because I was there, like, as a supply stand up. Like, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, wait, you're lucky. You need to be careful, know what you're doing, and stuff like that. Because that, you didn't think I was going to do that. You thought man was going to go, because man done the madness. But he said, you're with me. Jerked it, and straight away in the car. I remember, I'm going to put big attention to that. He told me that story a few times away. And he said, because that brother come to his yard, he owed the brother money. He knocked on Wade's door, told his mum, he went there, well, I'm getting you. You made it, I'm telling you what that's like. It's true though. You know, you need to be careful though, you can come up. No, you can't be I know, like, you gotta be, that's, you know, the emotional intelligence in there, innit?
Already returned home or returned home.
Yo, man just went there and pulled it. Oh, wait, no telling what, boom, no. Wow, that's what he said to me. That he's like, I was expecting, I was joking. I said, what? This is what you need to know. You're telling this madman to go and, you know what I mean? He knows a madman. Come on, man. I was dying when he did it. You got one more shot, innit? No, he was on the way. He was going the first one. No, he was trying to make you always want to try to capture the body like this. This is why he's in that
Yes, boss. Yeah, my wife said we can be so cute. We don't love it sweet. Yeah, we know, but she's a carry here. I'm in a carry it and she goes see you and I tell you. I might give you a piece of cake. Here's a lot.
Big party, wagwan, man. Bless, man.
Oh, we
People having a hard time running rash areas. Yeah, you don't want to live in reality. You don't want to after that, come on, man. And just the way the government be treated, man, like they know, like stuff. They take man in the worst light. I'm happy to think they're trying to see. I know, man. What's the need? I know, what was the need cool guy? She could have overcome it before. Yes. When I see the food,
Uncle, long time, innit?
Yeah, true.
I see you maybe once in a month, you get me? Yo, Porty, leave me alone, man. You see, this man always trouble when I speak to you. My big brothers and the, you know. He don't like Africa, that's it. You don't like me, I will stop to come here, man. I will run for you and say, no, this man, let me run for you. I can run. You know, I cannot run for him, that's why.
Oh, you want this?
He said to me, run pussy clot.
What teach you all them something, man?
Bamba clot. Eh? Uncle, I am in Jamaican community for a long time. Not today, long time. My people here only Jamaican. Me not have no other African friends. Me not have. Because me don't, no, it's not even married Jamaican woman. Before I marry a Jamaican woman, I only have a Jamaican friend. You know? I How old is?
You couldn't manage her.
Oh no, you know what? No, the thing's uncle, yeah. Okay, I want a kid, yeah. She want a kid, but she couldn't have a kid. And then she always like jealousy when you know me. Yeah, and you know already Jamaica. She always, but it's all the same. African Jamaican woman, they're all the same. When they like you, you know what I mean?
So you couldn't get a baby?
Oh no, she had a problem, not me, because she was having one kid before. She had it before.
So if you get children?
Of course, I do have which is before as well. Before I meet her, then when I meet her, we try to have, but we couldn't have. And we do the AVC and the hospital, but yeah. But nice person, she's nice lady.
He must be moving like a vicious on the wing now. You know that? He darts it. Famous lost, he texts it.
I want tenor, yeah, please. Yeah, man, don't worry. Me just let you know.
Oh, you got that? Oh, yeah. Oh, what, you broke fast with it?
Yeah, man.
Go outside, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, always. Thank you. Guidance for all of us. We need guidance, man. Yeah.
No, Pete, the table's got a bad lean on it, you know.
That made a massive between them.
Huh?
That made a massive.
Yeah, it's got a bad lean on it. That's the way they did it, yeah.
Check on the BBC Weather app.
Donald Trump lashes out again. NATO allies calling them cowards.
Sunday I might go Wembley, dog, man. Arsenal, Man City, Wembley. We're going to deal with Man City on Sunday. Man City finished. Nah, they finished. Yeah, they're not getting paid for it. But you've got to stop Haaland. Stop Haaland, City are done. You know what I mean? He ain't been firing anyway, City. You know what I mean? Haaland, he ain't scored in 3 months. So that's crazy. You know, he might with a goal. That's what happened. When players start doing all of that. And the Pep's going. Pep's leaving. Yeah. Pep's gone. Next season, Pep's gone.
He gone?
Pep Guardiola's going, man.
Okay.
He's definitely, man. He's had enough, man. You gotta remember, he's used to winning stuff, Pep, man.
That's true.
Last season, Man City didn't win nothing. When you hear that, they won nothing last season. It's unheard of. This season, he might win nothing again. That's unheard of. City always takes something every season. You know what I'm saying? I think he's been found out now, man. Look, listen, see the way how football goes down here. Managers ain't allowed to make no mistakes. They make too much mistakes in a row, you're gone. You could have won the Premier League last year. It's a cutthroat sport. Boom, you're gone. Cool, you're not performing. New manager.
It's very bad. The president is very bad.
Football's cutthroat, man. Man, it's all about results, isn't it?
100%.
It's all about results. It doesn't matter what you done last year, what you done 4 months ago.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's all about results, you know what I mean?
See, Man United up here today. They might win now.
Oh yeah, Man United play Bournemouth.
Yeah, they have to win.
Oh, what happened? Did we lose? No, they play Bournemouth. Man United in good nick. Man United in good nick. You man are in good nick. You man are in good nick. I like, who's it? Carrick. Carrick's got us playing good ball, man. I'm playing good, you man in good nick.
Where do you want to start the game, the coach? Decided.
Who?
Where do you want to start deciding Carrick?
Yeah, and then I see, who was saying they shouldn't? I see someone, I think it was, I think it was Ray King talking about, no, Them man want to job, Ray King. No, that's what it is, them man want to job. Them don't want the job, so they're hating, innit? You know what I mean? Yeah, but what's better? Carrick got captaincy as well, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, Carrick was a captain as well one time, and Keane must have been hating, I'm saying, you know what I'm saying? You got to remember, Roy Keane feels like he's done more for Man United than he did for my man.
You're right, you're fucking right, that's true.
You know what I mean? Roy Keane thinks that, oh yeah, like, he was there in when they had Beckham and Giggs.
I'm so fucking right.
Yeah, he's done a yeah, he was there. He was at the proper goal. What is it called? The Class of 92. That's it called Beckham Giggs. That was exposed. Yeah, but then he was there with Andy Cole, Andrew White, Ronaldo. In his head, he feels like he's obligated to. He feels like a pillar. They're not going to give Roy Keane the job because he's just like man. If you he hasn't got a good temperament. Let's go. Everything like because he raises his heart on his sleeve, he doesn't look headbutting one of these beautiful players. Like, what? You remember that? A man feels like his name holds too much. Yeah. You remember? These young guys are getting 100 banks a year. You weren't getting that. So he's thinking like, man, get too much money. Defenders are getting that nowadays. 200 banks. Oh, look at him strikers getting an M. Like 5, like, you know, football card. Yeah, man.
Has accused NATO allies of being cowards. Do you think the NATO allies, the given everything you said in your place
No, I do not. But as an American,
Have the festival? No. Alright, cool. That's rice, man. No, rice and peas. No, the rice and peas we give away here. So I'm half a card. Fish.
Let me get fish, P.
Huh?
Please.
You want festival, don't you? You want rice?
Yeah. Well, yeah, fish and rice, please.
Yeah, give
Thank
me
you.
1 second.
Yeah, thank you very much.
This one fish on, eh?
Fish on, yeah.
And I have the garnish up on it.
Yeah, wrap it up. Let's wrap it up.
Garnish. Oh, yeah, me have garnish. I'm not telling you. I have garnish. I'm lying. Forgot to make it all up. That's too many. Take one.
No. Alright, cool, yeah. Alright, cool. Chat him there.
You know what it is? See when you meet every day, you're not letting your feelings properly leave. Recharge, the body is a recharge. It's not perfect when you're not you know that. See, alright, come on, now then I'm gonna wrap you up. You gotta read fruit, you need loads of fruit, fam. Loads of kiwi, coconut water, fruit, vegetables, yeah, green banana. You need green banana.
stimulus.
It owed me some bread there for like a year.
Oh, so it's fair.
Yeah, it's fair. I'm probably only a day after this phone. I'm messing with this. He phoned me back straight away. Come listen, I'm in the door. Phone flew down there straight away. Yeah, so flew down there, man. Come out this yard, bang on, launch, everything. Yeah, laughing at it. I'm like, what's going on, man? You dickhead, man. Go for a bad thing, up, he's thinking there, shit on the spot. He's taking my money, giving it to me, my man. He's there standing, he's up, he's kicking, he's talking back. You've never been this guy. Yeah, giving my money, talking there, shit, call it to me. No, because he's there. You know, I'm not going to touch him up, but he's really, I'm not going to.
I'm ready some virgin. Two of them, I don't say two of them that you. Next time I'm going to film and time I get a medicine get a view. I can send me a view. I go to tomorrow, it's going to buy a brand new. I'm ready.
So I've ended up getting in this place and calling him a pussy and he's just boxed me with the strap in my back. I'm like, oh, like,
Even. Yeah, just. I'm paying you later. The general. Rastawa, we pay you later. Come. Thank you. Look back. See behind the door, look all around. You must look all around the place now. Nice.
Oh, you don't want to say come back?
Yes, I'm left, man. Yes, all right, thank you, sir.
How about a sergeant? If we test sergeant, you have to give me some. Half an hour.
Nah, man.
Yeah, drink from me, Dad.
Are you a birthday? Where you want rum for? Some rock and roll and still drink same with was spent well yesterday then, eh? I'm just chill and drink a bottle of champagne and piece of cake. Oh, piece of cake there for you too. For my fan. Yeah. Yeah, we tell Lily when we see her. And when we tell her, she turn professional now in this marble cake. We get a close fair the other day. We get 100 pound hustling fair for the cake. I made the seeds and like it. And
what do you do? Spangano?
I don't know when go.
Oh, if I can't remember, if I
Give me this one, you know. Give me this one, you know.
Uncle shit. Alright, it's already all it's already listen, someone just called me and told me that please don't go to my mom's life. I said, bro, I'm gonna beat him bare hands. I'm not even gonna wear gloves. I'm gonna beat him up with my bare hands. So I'm saying, yo, Sunday, make sure he's there, make sure he's got no yeah. No, I said to you,
one part of the track is the even if tomorrow there was a ceasefire, I wish for even tomorrow there was a ceasefire, we need a amount of time with the energy infrastructure, the oil fields, refineries, pipelines, and the other projects to that they work before the war is started. So we will go through some difficult times in the energy industry because there was a huge amount of energy, oil and gas, but also fertilizers, petrochemicals coming from this region, and this is the infrastructures for the economy, especially emerging and developing countries whose economies are much more fragile. And the currencies are weaker, and I'm afraid we may well see in some emerging and developing countries similar to that crisis we have seen after 1970s, they will be having some difficult time. But not only those countries globally, we may well see pressure and upward pressure on the inflation and the economic growth.
What is your assessment of the scale of the damage to energy infrastructure so far?
It is too early to say exactly this happened, that happened, because we don't have a clear assessment. Nobody has a clear assessment of the energy facilities. But the reports
some press deal.
Absolutely not. Consumer because known that we are going to release 400 million barrels of oil. The oil prices went down from 18 dollars. But of course, there are no other events after the military side which pushed the prices higher after that event.
Alright, I'm jerking chicken as well. I'm frying fish. So I'm here. Alright, go. Oh, that's not fish.
Jerk pork. Jerk piggies. Show them jerk piggies.
Let me forget. Oh no, this needs to fix like this. This needs to come here, sir. This needs to come on here, sir. Yeah, you want to stay right this way. Come on, this way. Okay.
Founded by the scientist Sir Richard Owen, it was designed as a cathedral of nature, a place where science and the public could come together under one roof. Out of the 18 million objects, Sophie the Stegosaurus, who is 150 million years old, is pretty popular. She's also pretty rare. To be one of the world's most complete
Yes, sir. Okay, that's not bad. So, right, this song.
It's busy, very busy. They just set a new record.
Father, God, got some place to go. God, that's fine. Who could have been? No one. Jesus,
Over a century old, this home to the storage giants is not complete.
Yes, I forgot to tell you. I forgot to tell you as well. And prawn as well, yeah. All right, they're cooked. They're cooked. Bye.
The first time BDS has formed together since October 2022. Anastasia Sepsis and the Medical Director in the corner, and NEB is an event manager. manager and those that are BTS super fans, they told me just how excited they were ahead of this week. Let's start with that world.
Slugger. Who does it? Slugger. Menace. Church every day. You want some curry? You want some curry?
Yeah, I'm get some. Thank you. Yeah, now what? Yeah. Where is it going though? I'm a tree.
Oh, we need to do a holiday. George, you got a passport?
Yeah.
Yeah. We need to go. I think we gotta do a Sweden or something, man.
How much for it? Okay. 12. I mean, get some change. I'm just getting some food. I mean, get some change, please. Yeah, I remember, I'm on the Sweden thing. I told Fee about that. He's on the Sweden thing. I don't know, but the Sweden thing though, definitely, I'm on that. You know what I mean? Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I'm on that. I'm on it, man. I'm on it. Yeah. And Fee's on it, man. It's R&B, Sweden. That's what I'm saying. Swedish boss. Swedish boss. All the things they were running. Yeah, Swedish. Well, what are you doing tonight then?
Experts. Experts.
I don't know. I don't go out. But man, yeah, I'm a bad though, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, put it aside. Yeah, respect Menace. Now come, let's go over.
Where you going?
Menace. Menace.
Yeah.
Yeah, what? Now I'm at the festival of man.
Yeah. Dinner gets expensive, man. You know what I mean? Really? Oh. Exactly. All these things want dinner. You're too up now. I'm taking girls to Flat Iron and all of them things there. Oh, so you're back like cook crap then, man. I had to ask him if you need any workers, man. Yeah. You need any workers? Labour over £90 a day, 80, 90 a day.
I'm back. Oh, yeah, because I want to say something that we do. Is that?
Where?
Fire picking is on fun.
Yeah.
Some big bang.
I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, yeah.
I know it's gone down. Has it? Yeah, it has dropped. Is that 41? 41? Yeah, 41. I went to height with them, didn't it? So gold bars are a good time to buy again. Yeah. Yeah, because of war, but when the war's finished, it's going straight back up. You stay there, watch this. Right? Yeah, it's because of war. When the war finishes, I'm going to sell my silver. Nobody wants to get involved because Iran's got the most oil. Iran deals with it. Oh, is it? Oh. Yeah. They're pissed. Yeah.
And they're saying they're not trading in American dollar no more. It's all China dollar. So China's they're gonna make China the new super country, and it already is. You see when the world dollar is finished for America.
Oh, look how I got my ask him. No, I went from there and asked him, and he was looking. Like my go fit, so when him done in car, but him that trim somebody never.
And there's some of the pure one.
Yeah.
They're not going to fit in it.
24 hours. 24. Any hot sauce? Any hot sauce?
Eh? Hot sauce? Yeah. Like I make, I want from the one.
Well, you got one you made, yeah?
Yeah, this one.
No, you got one you made. Yeah, let me get some of that, please. Oh man, he's the home remedy. You get me?
100%.
Yeah, better than them thing got chemical, too much chemical. Them things.
Listen, what you just said there is going to be a wrong.
Thank you. Them thing got too much chemical, man. You know what I'm saying? Thank you.
And what's the other one as well? That Ding Jong Wei, he's got Chinese Japan or something, innit? Korea.
So minutes. Oh, you on the phone? See, your boy, your phone in a LA, no? My phone around the door. So, how him get credit on it?
Yeah, you buy him credit on him.
Me buy him credit on him already. So, a number, I buy credit.
Yeah, man, say a word.
Well, simple thing, bad man. Like the man, them bad man.
Say a word.
Simple match, man. Simple man.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, tell me when you finish the sweet boy stuff. Right, come on. These are the things you're sending me. They don't say, ooh, go through it. Go through it. They've got a few things to do. And one thing from America, is fucking tonight. And what did the Nelson Victor do move?
Confirmation that the vaccine against meningitis being offered to young people is effective against the outbreak.
Yep.
A long queue for the jabs snaking around the campus at the University of Kent. One person who's recovering said she lost her sight.
I was just in so much pain in my body that I didn't have time to process that I couldn't see.
And another main story tonight, in the last few minutes, the UK extends the use of its bases by the US to launch strikes on Iranian sites.
No one wants to get involved in your foolishness.
Iranian man arrested at the naval base of Kaslay after trying to enter.
Yeah, so now you're going to stop doing that, you know, saying, you're doing something getting close.
And before everything you
Coming up on The World Today, we'll have in-depth analysis from the BBC's global network of correspondents, bringing you a fresh take on the day's top stories. Stay with us on the BBC News Channel.
Yeah. I see something.
Thousands of young people queuing for meningitis vaccines and the UK Health Security Agency said today that being offered to be least effective against the people to be admitted to hospital told the BBC that she ended up in intensive care in a matter of hours.
Dennis, number one, the fish.
At that time, I lost my sight, which was really scary.
Annabelle was in hospital ward for weeks with meningitis B. She's regained her sight, but is wearing sunglasses to protect her eyes. She said she'd woken up in a fever with her friend Kira in 111.
Yeah, because I think it's because I said I didn't have a match.
I can't
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
a few minutes after the one-on-one.
I call him. I don't call him.
Right. I got back. I just got back. Huh? Oh, where's he gone? Yeah. You did? Huh? What time you been there? You're fired. Put that 150 away, yeah?
And I think it's to do with frequency, you know?
Say it, what?
See, when
No,
turn up weather on TV,
or visit all.
yeah, make your fucking
Look at man.
the whole most
And stepped in. He's not from around here. Yeah, say that. Yeah. You know, I get that look all the time. Stepped in. You want that money. Yeah, what is that? Yeah. Too late for it.
You have to ground yourself. Because enough times you don't probably walk in shoes on properly, you don't ground yourself properly. So enough man ain't grounded. If you ground yourself, if you go work, yeah.
Huh? Alright, cool. Shall we finish up? I don't know, I'm out for a couple of hours. I need to go back and get some now. Alright, so come on.
Thank you. You've been there at in minutes, it's acknowledged that the UK has extended its approval for the US to use its air bases to launch flights of Iranian sites targeting the crucial waterway, the Strait of Hormuz.